Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. My name is Rashid Rima Saputra, and I will be your host for these 2 days. Before we begin, allow me to extend our warmest welcome to Dr. Sri Tuntung Pandangwati, Chair of the 8th Iciap 2026, Professor Selo, Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, represented by Professor Dr. Engineer Insinyur Herianto, Research and Commercialization Services Manager, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Ova Emilia, Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, represented by Dr. Danang Srihatmoko, Vice Rector for Research, Business Development, and Partnerships, Dr. Alexander Rani Suryandono, Head of the Department of Architecture and Planning, Dr. Mario Leonar, Vice Chairman of the 8th Iciap 2026, our honorable keynote and invited speakers joining us from Japan, the United Kingdom, Singapore, Malaysia, and Australia, as well as from here at Universitas Gadjah Mada, the Steering and Organizing Committee, delegates of Indonesian Planning School Association ASPI, and all of our participants, both in the room and joining online. This year, Iciap explores the theme, Collaborative Wisdom, Creating Flourishing Futures, how collective intelligence, shared values, and interdisciplinary cooperation can shape a more sustainable, equitable, and thriving world. Over these 2 days, we'll hear from keynote and invited speakers across architectural design, building technology, heritage and conservation, settlements and housing, urban planning and design, and regional planning and development. Before we proceed, we would also like to express our sincere appreciation to our value partners for the generous support in making the 8th Iciap 2026 possible. Our heartfelt thanks go to the Center for Special Planning, Policy and Regional Development Studies, PSPPR, the Center for Transportation and Logistics Studies, PUSTRAL, and all supporting partners for their valuable contribution to this conference. To open this morning program, we will begin with the singing of our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the Gadjah Mada hymn. May I please ask everyone to rise. May I kindly invite our conductor to come forward and lead us in singing Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia,
Thank you. Please be seated. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Sri Tuntung Pandangwati, Chair of the 8th Iciap 2026, to deliver a warm greeting to open our conference. Dr. Sri Tuntung, the floor is yours.
To our honorable guest, Dr. Danang Srihatmoko, Vice Rector for Research, Business Development and Partnership, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Herianto, Manager of Research and Commercialization Services, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Alexander Rani Suryandono, Head of the Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Hitoshi Nakamura from Shibaura Institute of Technology, Professor Bambang Hari Wibisono from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Tarsisius Yoyo Wahyu Subroto from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Associate Professor Duncan Smith from University College London, Associate Professor Iderlina Matteo Babiano from the University of Melbourne, Associate Professor Scott Hogan from the University of Adelaide, Associate Professor Steve Cardinal Yusuf from Singapore Institute of Technology, Associate Professor Zahira Mustafa from University Technology Petronas. Our dear sponsors, the Center for Regional Development Planning Studies, PSPPR UGM, the Center for Transportation and Logistic Studies, Pustral UGM, Indonesian Planning School Association delegates, all authors, participants, and committee members of Iciap 2026, faculty members, staffs, students of the Department of Architecture and Planning Universitas Gadjah Mada. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. It is an absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 8th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, or we proudly called as Iciap. Iciap has been a dynamic forum for knowledge exchange, spotlighting groundbreaking research and best practices across the built environment and spatial planning discipline. This year's conference centers on the overarching theme, collaborative wisdom, creating flourishing future. It reminds us that our greatest asset in overcoming complex spatial and structural challenges lies in our collective intelligence, shared values, and interdisciplinary collaboration. We envision Iciap 2026 as the definitive platform where individual expertise drives into powerful collective solution. Together, we will close disciplinary gaps, challenge traditional paradigms, and strengthen our global research community. Bringing this international event to life is a massive journey of collective effort. This year, we have been deeply overwhelmed by the phenomenal response from the research community. I am incredibly proud to report that we received a high volume of submission. Following a double-blind peer review process, we have officially accepted 90 high-quality papers. These works represent the sharp insights of scholars, practitioners, and researchers coming from 5 different countries, including Indonesia, Malaysia, Australia, Thailand, and the United Kingdom. Over the next 2 days, our 22 parallel sessions will actively unpack these papers. Iciap 2026 also offers diverse publication outlets for accepted and presented papers, including ISSN Proceedings, Springer Proceedings, Journal of Built Environment Studies, and Journal Technoscience. The diversity and the technical depth of the papers registered this year prove that our global community is deeply committed to co-creating practical, equitable, and highly resilient solutions to our built environment. Ladies and gentlemen, an international forum this scale can never happen without an exceptional, dedicated network of support. So first, I extend my highest gratitude to our university and faculty leaders at Universitas Gadjah Mada for their continuous structural guidance and unwavering trust. My deepest thanks go out to our sponsors, publication partners, and scientific review board for maintaining the world-class academic standard of this conference. Most importantly, I would like to thank my phenomenal organizing committee, my fellow lecturers, administrative staff, and energetic students, volunteers. Your dedication is the true engine that powers this Iciap 2026. To all of our speakers and presenters, thank you for making Iciap the trusted home for your valuable research. Please accept our warmest hospitality, and we sincerely apologize if there are any shortcomings in our arrangement of the next few days. We hope that your time here intellectually stimulating, productive, and also deeply inspiring. Thank you very much and have an excellent conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sri Tuntung. Next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Herianto, Research and Commercialization Services Manager, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, to deliver his welcoming speech. Professor, the time is yours.
Bismillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Thanks to Dr. Danang Triatmoko, Vice Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Sri Tuntung Pandangwati ya, as a chair of this conference, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Nitoshi Nakamura from Shibaura Institute of Technology, Professor Bambang Hariwibisono from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor, I call him Professor Yoyo, Wahyu Subroto from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and Dr. Duncan Smith from University College London. Distinguished university leaders, invited guests, scholar, researchers, professional, student, and all conference participants. First of all, let us express our gratitude to God Almighty for the opportunity to gather today at the 8th Biennial International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, Iciap 2026. It is greater honor from me to be here represent Prof. Selo, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. On behalf of the Dean and the entire Academic Committee of Faculty of Engineering, I warmly welcome to all participants of this conference. To our distinguished guests and participants from Indonesia and overseas, welcome to Yogyakarta. We are truly honored by your presence. We are dealing with rapid urbanization, climate change, environment pressure, and others. No single discipline, institution, or country can address this challenge alone. This is why this Iciap 2026 is highly relevant. Researchers must translate into action, ideas must be developed into policies, technology, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada is committed to support such collaboration and becoming a hub for developing solutions to local, national, and global challenges. I would like to especially encourage to students, young researchers, and early career professionals attending this conference. Please use this opportunity actively. Before concluding, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Sri Tuntung, the organizing committee of this Iciap 2026. I hope this Iciap will generate fruitful discussing, meaningful collaboration, and innovation ideas for building more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable cities and community. Once again, welcome to the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada. Welcome to Yogyakarta. I wish you all a productive, inspiring, and memorable conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Herianto. It is now my great honor to invite Dr. Danang Srihatmoko, Vice Rector for Research, Business Development, and Partnerships, Universitas Gadjah Mada, to deliver the opening speech and officially open the 8th Iciap 2026. Dr. Danang, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable, the chair of the Iciap conference, Ibu Sri Tuntung Pandangwati. Thank you very much for hosting this conference. And our distinguished professors, speakers, moderators, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also our students who attend this conference. Particularly, I would like to mention here Professor Bakti Setiawan, Professor Bambang Hariwibisono, Professor Reyanto, Ibu Sita, Ibu Dwita, Professor Yoyo, and all colleagues that I do apologize that I cannot mention one by one, and colleagues from different parts of the world. Thank you very much for coming, and appreciate for the long trip that you take to come to Yogyakarta, our beloved city in Yogyakarta. So welcome to Universitas Gadjah Mada, one of the oldest university in Indonesia, and the very first university established after its independence. It is our historical university as well as historical region. So I wish all the participants can also enjoy not only this conference but also enjoy the warmth of our culture in Yogyakarta, our heritage buildings in different part of Yogyakarta, special region, as well as enjoy the local tradition, the local food, and also shopping. So, professors, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and in this conference, so on behalf of the Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to 8th Biennial International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning, Iciap 2026, meaning that we already organized it during the 16 years, so it's quite a while. So congratulations for the sustaining program that you plan. So the topic of this conference with regard to the collaborative wisdom, so emphasizing on creating the flourishing future. It's very beautiful topic, yeah, that I think Professor Reyanto already mentioned, that it is very highly relevant to the multiple pressing issues that we are facing today in our planet. So I think the rapid urbanization, we need more settlement to accommodate the increasing of the population. Of course, it's also triggered the climate change, the disaster risk. So Indonesia is well known as the high risk in the different part of area of Indonesia, and the housing inequality. This is our challenge that we need to tackle, and heritage preservation that cannot be addressed only by one discipline. We need to collaborate each other among disciplines, among the perspective, and among the different cultural background. We need more collaboration among architects, planners, engineers, environmental scientists, policymakers, communities, and also private sectors. So, as I mentioned previously, that Indonesia itself, we offer extraordinary opportunity for the scientific discovery. Not only our mega biodiversity, not only our geodiversity, but also it is also I would like also to highlight our cultural diversity that make the very diverse of the architectural landscape in Indonesia. So, as one of the most culturally and environmentally diverse nations, Indonesia also provides a living laboratory for sustainable architecture, while we need also preserving our heritage, but in the same time, we need to ensure that we can run our green building, our sustainable architecture, and also the resilient settlement, the climate adaptation process that we need also to tackle and to handle, disaster risk reduction, and also, again, heritage conservation. So our rich local wisdom developed over centuries contain valuable knowledge that deserve the greater recognition within the global scientific discourse. So we encourage during this conference, we can present our scientific discovery, our scientific result that we already do some research, but also to have some dialogue, positive dialogue, as well as constructing dialogue in order to have the new horizon, the new perspective of our science. So, Iciap provides an excellent platform that's not only preserving the research finding, but also for building lasting partnerships. So we wish you all to have a very constructive discussion, not only during this conference, but also during the lunch, during the cafe, during the field trip, and hopefully that we can build the new partnership and the new opportunity to our students to get the opportunity to have the student exchange program, joint supervision, as well as the joint research and also the joint project together. So I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, for the all the organizing committee and all the partners who have made this conference possible. So I wish all the participants to have very productive discussion, valuable connection, and enjoyable stay in Yogyakarta. So by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I would like to officially open this conference, Iciap 2026. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Danang, for those inspiring remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I am also happy to share that the Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development of Indonesia, Dr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, also sends his regard and also his greetings for Iciap 2026, who unfortunately cannot join us today. And with that, we now declare the 8th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2026 officially open. Before we move to our next agenda, we would like to invite all of our distinguished guests on stage to join us for a group photo. Please, if everyone could gather here for just a moment. May I ask you, all of the honorable audiences, to rise. I will give the assistant to count. 3, 2, 1. Okay, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Please be seated. With that, we conclude our opening ceremony. We will now take a short 15 minutes coffee break and networking session. Please help yourselves to refreshment, which are served in the terrace area in front of room K1. And we will reconvene at 9:05 for our day 1 keynote speaker session. Thank you. We would like to remind all participants that registration for the Kota Gede excursion remains open until the end of day 1 of Iciap 2026. Make sure to complete your registration at the registration table before today's program concludes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now move into our day one keynote speaker session, which will run across two back-to-back keynote blocks with panel discussions in between. To lead our first keynote block this morning, introducing both of our speakers, moderating their presentations, and guiding our panel discussion, allow me to first introduce our moderator, Professor Insinyur Bakti Setiawan. He completed his doctorate at the University of British Columbia, Canada. His expertise spans urban and regional planning, the built environment and design, and environmental management. Please welcome Professor Bakti Setiawan to the stage. Professor Bakti, the floor is yours.
I usually start everything with smile, so my smile hopefully also make you somehow more energizing your energy. Yeah. But distinguished keynote speakers, yeah, all of you, and especially the first two keynote speakers for the first session, Ibu dan Bapak-Bapak, ladies and gentlemen, very welcome this morning. Also, I think warm morning. Was very cold. Early morning I woke up at 4:30, 5:30, and it was 20 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Now we have a very warm morning and also sunny day, and hopefully we will start very interesting discussion at Iciap. Yeah. It is of course my honor to introduce both two speakers, but also to moderate the first session of the 8th Iciap, because I remember, and time flies very fast, yeah. This is already 16 years after we, especially Pak Ika Putra and myself, initiated and organized the first Iciap in this department 16 years ago, which means 2010. Yeah? And again, time flies very fast. Yeah? Now already 16 years after the first Iciap initiated and organized in this department. I'm glad to say thank you, Bu Antung, as the head of organizing society, of the organizing committee. Iciap continue to be flourished, as also the topics, important topic that we are going to discuss this morning, and hopefully also Iciap will continue until the future. The future, yeah. Now I'd like to introduce distinguished two keynote speakers. Yeah. The first one is Professor Hitoshi Nakamura. Please have a seat in front. Yeah. Pak Nakamura ini, Professor Nakamura is the professor in urban and regional planning from the Shibaura Institute of Technology. Yeah. And he's also the vice president of the institute. Yeah. He's already in that position for 2 years, that's what I remember from our conversation last night. Yeah? He's working on topics very much relevant in Indonesian context, even on the global issues on disaster management. And he will be also talking on very important aspect on how, as I try to understand from your brief, abstract, yeah? On the importance of understanding and seeing disaster management in a holistic way, especially on the very important stage of recovery process. Yeah? For Indonesia, remember we have a lot of experience in disaster management. I said also to Professor Nakamura last night, people even say that Yogyakarta is also called as supermarket of disaster. Yeah, we experienced a big earthquake in 2006. Yeah, in which we have to construct more than 200,000 housing in this area, and through community-based reconstruction process, something that he also suggested in this speaking, we were able to finish 200,000 housing within only 2 years. Yeah. And I remember Professor Nakamura, the Sultan, yeah, our governor, once mentioned how to see disaster momentum as kind of blessing in disguise, with the hope that the whole disaster recovery will create more resilient and flourishing society. And that's perhaps what seems that she's is going to talk about a very important aspect of disaster management, which is recovery. Please have a seat, Professor Nakamura. And second keynote speakers, of course, also very interesting, my neighbor, yeah? Professor Hari, who is now his birthday, so ulang tahun Pak Hari ya. I don't know whether Bu Antung you intentionally put Pak Hari in this very special day, but happy birthday Pak Hari, because he's also my close neighbor, yeah, just to my next door Pak Hari. Later on the last, yeah. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Well, you may know already, Pak Hari also one among the senior professors here. Yeah. He graduated from the architecture department in this campus, and then finished his master's degree at Wisconsin and moved to University of Melbourne for his PhD. And he served, berapa Pak Hari? 2, 3 years or 4 years as the attaché for education and cultural affairs in the Netherlands in 28. As well as serving at least 2 years at the UNESCO as the Deputy Ambassador for UNESCO chair from Indonesia. So Pak Hari, please have a seat. Pak Hari will be talking about something very much related to her birthday right now, a healthy city. Yeah? I don't know whether it's inspired by his wife, who is also a medical doctor, or inspired by the fact that Pak Hari and some of us are now a good runner, and we try to keep living in a healthy way. And we will be talking about very interesting, very important issue on healthy city and how to see healthy city in a more systematic, comprehensive way. Yeah? So we have 90 minutes, Professor Nakamura. You may have each 40 minutes, but if you can manage in 30 minutes, then we will have more time to discussion. Yeah. Bisa ya. Applause for Professor Nakamura.
Good morning. Distinguished professors, guests, faculty members, and participants, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak at the 8th International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning. My name is Hitoshi Nakamura from Shibaura Institute of Technology in Japan. Today, I'd like to talk about spatial planning for disaster risk reduction with a particular focus on preparing for recovery from natural disasters. In many discussions on disaster risk reduction, we naturally place strong emphasis on prevention, emergency preparedness, and response. These are all essential. However, today I'd like to focus on one more dimension: how community can prepare for recovery before the disaster occurs. This is especially important in urban areas where the recovery process is not only a technical process of rebuilding buildings and infrastructure, but also social process of restoring daily life, livelihoods, community ties, and the future vision of the district. The main theme of this presentation is preparing for recovery from natural disaster by cultivating community literacy and imagination. By community literacy, I mean the ability of local residents and stakeholders to understand their own community, its physical condition, its social networks, its vulnerability, its resources, and its history. By imagination, I mean the ability to think concretely about possible future solutions after disaster, including difficult situations that may not yet be visible in daily life. The presentation is based on practical example of what we call recovery image training. This is a focus form of the simulation workshop for post-disaster reconstruction. The example I will discuss were conducted in Saitama City in Japan. The central question is this: can we improve disaster recovery by discussing recovery before the disaster happens? My answer is yes, but only if the discussion connects urban reconstruction with the realities of individual households and livelihoods. This slide shows the 4 phases of disaster management. Probably most of you are familiar with this. First, we have hazard mitigation and prevention. These are the mid to long-term actions to reduce the physical impact of hazards. Second, we have emergency preparedness. This includes short-term preparation such as stockpiling, emergency plans, and drills. Third, there is the disaster response preparedness after the event, which means immediate operational readiness for evacuation guidance, initial firefighting, search and rescue, and other actions immediately after the disaster. The fourth area is recovery preparedness. This includes restoration preparedness, such as preparation for evacuation shelters and infrastructure restoration. But it also includes long-term reconstruction and revitalization. In other words, it is not only about returning service to normal. It is also about preparing for the question, what kind of community should be rebuilt after disaster? The important point is that disaster recurs. Therefore, recovery should not be treated as something that brings only after the event. In the recovery phase, if the recovery phase is not prepared in advance, community may lose time, lose option, and sometimes lose their ability to shape their own future. So let me briefly review the 4 types of proactive responses. The first is the hazard mitigation of prevention. These are strategic activities designed to permanently eliminate or reduce the physical impact of hazards. Examples include the construction of levees and seawalls, seismic retrofitting of buildings, and land use planning that restrict development in high-risk zones, building codes, relocation from highly vulnerable areas, and the conservation of natural ecosystems such as wetlands and dunes are also important. In spatial planning, this phase is very familiar. We try to reduce exposure and vulnerability through the built environment, land use, infrastructure, and regulation. However, even the best prevention measures cannot eliminate all risks. This is why the other phases are also necessary. The second area is emergency preparedness. These are relatively short-term preparatory activities to improve the capacity to respond when a disaster occurs. Examples include disaster management plan, evacuation strategies, detection systems such as seismic sensors and water level gauges, training for emergency personnel and volunteers, multi-agency exercises, and stockpiling of water, food, medical supplies, and other critical resources. Emergency preparedness is highly practical. It asks questions such as when should people evacuate? Who will support vulnerable residents? What resources are needed? How should different organizations coordinate? These questions are urgent and visible, so they often receive strong policy attention. The third area is disaster response preparedness. This is about immediate operational readiness. Here, the issue is not only whether plans exist, but whether they can be activated rapidly. We need clear trigger points for action, automated notification systems ready to deploy, socialized teams, communication networks that allow real-time coordination, and community-based fast response capacity. For example, after a major earthquake, the first minutes and hours are critical. Initial firefighting, evacuation guidance, medical response, and informing sharing can strongly influence the scale of damage. Therefore, response preparedness about reducing hesitation and confusion when the event occurs. The fourth area is restoration and recovery preparedness. Restoration preparedness focuses on lifelines and victim support. Examples include debris management plans, pre-negotiated contracts for utility restoration, pre-identified emergency shelters, and the protocol for shelter management. But the question mark on this slide is the intentional. Long-term reconstruction and revitalization preparedness more difficult to define. It cannot be solved only by contracts, manuals, or stockpiles. It requires discussion about land, housing, livelihood, community identity, and the future urban structure. This is the area I focus on today. After a major disaster, there is often strong pressure to rebuild quickly. At the same time, disasters may reveal long-standing urban problems, narrow roads, unsafe building density, lack of open space, aging housing, or insufficient community facilities. Recovery can become an opportunity to build back better, but it can also create conflicts because the desire for a better urban environment may conflict with the immediate needs of households to resume daily life. This slide summarizes three key issues in recovery. The first is the difference between restoration and reconstruction. Restoration means returning to the original state. Reconstruction means restoration plus enhancement. In practice, communities often need both. People want water, electricity, housing, and schools to return quickly, but they may also want safer streets, stronger buildings, and build public space, better public space. The second issue is the relationship between livelihood recovery and urban reconstruction. Livelihood recovery is the desire to regain original daily life as quickly as possible. Urban reconstruction is the desire to create a better built environment, even if that takes more time. These two goals are not always aligned. The third issue is reflecting local characteristics. We can learn from the past disasters, but recovery cannot be copied from one place to another. Each community has different Thank you very much. Third issue is reflecting local characteristics. We can learn from past disaster, but recovery cannot be copied from one place to another. Each community has different land ownership, social networks, housing types, income levels, road connection, and historical identity. Therefore, key approach is to use community literacy and imagination. Recovery image training is designed for this purpose. It helps participants imagine recovery not as an abstract policy, but as a concrete process involving real place and realistic households. So recovery image training did not appear suddenly. It developed from earlier initiatives in Japan, especially in Tokyo and Saitama Prefecture. In Tokyo, the Tokyo Metropolitan Earthquake Recovery Manual has been developed since the last 1990s, after the Great Hanshin earthquake in 1995. One important element was map-based drills for government officials. Another was pre-disaster recovery simulation drills for citizens and residents, conducted at the district level. In Saitama Prefecture, a prefecture pre-disaster recovery program began in 2009. Recovery image training was developed through joint research between the University of Tokyo and Saitama Prefecture during the formation of this program. I was involved in this research program as a researcher at the Tokyo University at that time. I played the main role to create a recovery image training. So later in 2014, the Saitama Prefecture Earthquake Urban Recovery Guide formally positioned recovery image training as a key pre-disaster initiatives. The historical development is important because it shows that the recovery preparedness is both a governmental planning issue and a community learning issue. At the municipal level, Saitama City integrated recovery image training into its disaster resilient urban development plan from 2015. At the national level, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism published a manual for recovery image training in 2017 and guidelines for pre-disaster recovery planning in 2018. Those has been initiated by the 3/11 earthquake, Tohoku earthquake in Japan in 2011. And recovery image training is identified as an effective training measure for strengthening community resilience. So this is not merely in an academic exercise. It is connected to planning practice and public policy. However, the method must still be adapted to each local context. The training becomes meaningful only when local stakeholders use it to understand their own risks and possible recovery choices. So recovery training is usually conducted a one-day program. Its purpose is to experimentally explore reconstruction preparedness through imagination and to connect those insights to practical actions. There are four major objectives. The first is accumulation of knowledge and expertise. Each workshop produces a physical practical recovery know-how that can be accumulated over time. The second is integration into plan and policies. The results should be reflected in official urban development strategy and disaster plans. The third is human resource development. The training helps develop people who can lead and coordinate recovery efforts. The fourth is network building. Participants meet and discuss before disaster, which helps create relationships among residents, government officials, professionals, businesses, and other stakeholders. In this sense, the value of the training is not only the final worksheet or map. The process itself is valuable because participants learn how others think and what kinds of difficulties may arise after disaster. The training is conducted as a group discussion workshop. Participants are asked to imagine the recovery process under special damage conditions and specific household conditions in the target district. Damage settings are prepared as hypothetical scenarios. They are based on local urban conditions, seismic intensity estimates, and building fragility functions. The map on this slide shows an example. Some buildings are assumed to be completely destroyed, some partially destroyed, and some burned down. The program has three main parts. First, participants develop livelihood recovery scenarios. Second, they develop urban reconstruction scenarios. Third, they discuss how is balanced livelihood recovery and urban reconstruction. This structure is important. If we discuss only urban reconstruction, we may produce an ideal plan that ignores people's lives. If we discuss only individual recovery, we may miss the opportunity to improve the district as a whole. The training deliberately brings these two perspectives together. So in part one, participants develop livelihood recovery scenarios. The focus is on households that may face difficult situations during the recovery process. 4 or 5 household profiles are prepared, reflecting the actual demographics of the target area. Each profile includes residence, work history, family composition, finance status, building damage, site condition, children or parents, length of residency, and other relevant information. Participants use livelihood recovery scenario cards and sticky notes. They imagine what each household might do in the short term and do in the long term. They also identify the reason behind the scenario and the conditions or support measures necessary for successful recovery. This step is very powerful because it changes the discussion from a general statement such as people need housing to a concrete question such as how can an elderly couple rebuild when their house is destroyed and they cannot easily obtain the new mortgage. Part 2 focuses on urban reconstruction scenarios. Here, participants discuss the overall recovery vision for the district. They consider land use, greenery and landscape, main roads, local streets, parks and open spaces, public facilities, housing, and commercial facilities. They also examine the conditions and challenges for implementing reconstruction. This is where spatial planning becomes central. Participants are not simply asked to restore a building one by one. They are asked to imagine what kind of districts should be rebuilt. Should roads be widened? Should open spaces be increased? Should commercial functions be concentrated? Should residential areas be improved? What should be protected as a local identity? Again, the goal is not to create a perfect master plan in one day. The goal is to surface ideas, conflicts, and the necessary preparation before the disaster occurs. Part 3 is the most important part of the training. Participants discuss the potential obstacles to achieving the urban reconstruction scenarios developed in Part 2. The key point is to find the balance between livelihood recovery and urban reconstruction. Participants map the livelihood scenario that may affect the urban reconstruction plan. They identify bottlenecks and conditions. They discuss support measures, urban planning system, proactive measures that should be prepared in advance. This part often reveals a difficult reality. A plan that looks desirable from an urban planning perspective may be very difficult for individual households. For example, widening a road may improve the safety, but it may reduce the land area available for a family to rebuild. And creating green space may improve long-term resilience, but it may require time and coordination that some households cannot wait for. The training is designed to make these conflicts visible before the disaster. So now I will move to the case study in Saitama City. Saitama City is located in Saitama Prefecture, just north of Tokyo, within the Tokyo metropolitan area. The population is approximately 1.3 million. Like many urban areas in Japan, Saitama City includes districts with earthquake-related risks, including the fire spread risk and difficulty for evacuation. The map shows fire spread clusters, evacuation risks, regional evacuation sites, designated emergency evacuation sites, shelters, and open spaces. These elements are important because post-disaster recovery is strongly affected by pre-disaster urban structure. In dense urban districts, narrow roads and wooden buildings can increase fire spread risk. Limited open space can make evacuation and temporary activities more difficult. Therefore, the recovery discussion must be linked with existing urban problems. So recovery image training discussed here was conducted in 2023. I picked up one example. And during the drafting phase of the disaster resilient urban improvement plan for the target area, the Saitama City Prefecture has conducted recovery image training every year since 2015. So I have been involved in as an advisor for every training. The training was conducted in 6 groups. Participants included residents, citizens, government officials, businesses, and students. The purpose was to share local challenges and to build a common vision for recovery. One important feature is that the insights from the training were directly reflected in the disaster resilient urban improvement map. In other words, the workshop was not isolated from planning practice. It contributed to the formation of a concrete urban improvement plan. This connection between workshop learning and planning implementation is essential for making recovery image training meaningful. This slide shows that the disaster damage scenarios used in the workshop. The scenario assumes that about 30% of buildings in the district were burned down, 20% were completely destroyed, and another 20% were partially destroyed. The maps also included specific road conditions such as retaining wall failure, damage to sewerage system, planned road, and evacuation sites. These details are important because recovery decisions are not made in a blank space. Household choice depends on whether its building was burned down or partially destroyed, whether the site is affected by road planning, whether lifeline can be restored quickly, and whether the area is expected to be reorganized. By using concrete damage maps, participants can discuss recovery as a spatial and social process, not merely as an abstract policy topic. The workshop used 5 household profiles. Let me briefly introduce them because they are central to the training. Case A is an elderly household, husband aged 75 and wife aged 68. They are long-time residents with a fixed pension income, no earthquake insurance, and deep community ties. Their house is assumed to be completely destroyed. Case B is a young household with children. Husband is 32, the wife is 29. They have 2 small children. They have a high mortgage balance, limited savings, and no earthquake insurance. Their house is assumed to be burned down. Case C is a multi-generational household with elderly parents. The family has long roots in the area and also has financial commitments, including a mortgage for renovations. Their house is also assumed to be burned down. Case D is a young household living in a condominium. Their challenge is different. The building is collectively owned, so recovery depends not only on one family's decision, but also on decision-making among multiple units owners. Case E is a single elderly household, 70-year-old woman living alone, with strong local roots but limited mobility. Her house is assumed to be completely destroyed. These profiles are not random examples. They present different vulnerabilities, resources, and decision-making constraints. By discussing them, participants can see that recovery is not one single pathway. Each household faces different trade-offs. The group then developed livelihood recovery scenarios for each household. On this slide, you can see how the outcomes were organized, the scenario itself, the reason and consideration behind it, and the support measures required. This format is useful because it does not stop at what people may do. It also asks why they may do it and what conditions will make it possible. This is where policy learning begins. So let us look at case 1, household A, the elderly couple. The scenario developed by participants was on-site reconstruction. In the short term, the couple might stay temporarily with their elderly son or rent a nearby apartment. If available, in the long term, they would demolish the damaged structure and rebuild a wooden one-story house on the same lot. Participants also proposed a row house, trusted house, semi-detached house to share the land with the son's family. This would allow the couple and their son's family to live close to each other with maintaining some privacy. Sorry, two more minutes? Oh, really? So that I need to skip some slides. I just want to just show that the concrete examples about workshop. So that this is a household A, next one is household B, young generation. That there are two proposals. One is on-site, one scenario was relocation reconstruction. The other one is on-site reconstruction. So that this is an example of the urban reconstruction scenario. I skipped the explanation. And this slide shows the conflict between the vision and the lives. There are three major conflicts: road widening and the rebuilding costs, green spaces and speed of recovery, so district planning and speed of recovery. And this is an example about it, how to reconcile such conflicts: physical adjustment, economic policy adjustment, and time access adjustment. And this slide shows the future outlook. Continuous implementation is important, critical. This is the last slide. So I would like to return to the broader message. So recovery preparedness is not only for rebuilding after disaster, it also contributes directly to hazard mitigation and prevention for the future event. When the community discusses recovery, it also discovers existing urban problems, narrow roads, and so on. Therefore, we should not separate disaster prevention from urban improvement. It's critical to address urban challenges comprehensively, integrating disaster resilience into the overall urban improvement process. So main lesson from the recovery image training is that the recovery must be imagined in advance, and it must be imagined together. Government officials, residents, businesses, professionals, and students each see different aspects of the community. Through shared discussion, they can build community literacy, identify conflicts, and prepare practical adjustment before disaster. Pressure makes everything more difficult. To conclude, preparing for recovery means preparing for capacity to choose a better future under difficult conditions. It is a planning challenge, governance challenge, and also community learning challenge. Thank you very much for your attention.
Terima kasih. Please have a seat. Ibu, bapak-bapak, ladies and gentlemen, just remind me that this year, 2026, remarks the 20 years of the big earthquake in Yogyakarta and Central Java. As I mentioned before, we were able at that time to reconstruct more than 200,000 housing within 2 years. But the issue, as he mentioned, whether community and the government and all stakeholders have still good memory or imagination on what we did already, good things. Yeah. So I think with his idea of important imaginary recovery training for will be very interesting to, for example, check whether the whole stakeholder involved in the earthquake reconstruction, recovery at the time, still somehow remember, learn from the lesson that we experienced 20 years ago for the next year. Because we experienced another big disaster here in Yogyakarta, especially 2010, when Merapi erupted and we have to remove more than 10 villages in the foothill of Merapi. And again, all are done in a good way with the collaboration among stakeholders. But again, the question whether the stakeholders are really remember what we did and increasing somehow capacity and our resiliency to prepare for the next disaster, which we don't know, hopefully not, but the idea, what we learned from Nakamura is people have to continue develop their capacity in every disaster moment. So as I said before, our king, Sultan mentioned, hopefully every disaster moment we have to send and its blessing on disguise to increase our capacity and resiliency. Terima kasih, thank you very much for Professor Nakamura, very inspiring and inciting ideas on disaster management. Now we move to the healthy city. Will be very much interesting on the question, for example, Pak Hari will explore and criticizing our city, including Yogyakarta, is a healthy one or not. Whether we are experiencing actually sickness kind of city. Pak Hari, please, ya. Tepuk tangan untuk Pak Hari, ya.
Let me try this. Oh, should I use mine? Okay, yeah. A very good morning. Happy and of course, healthy morning. Distinguished colleagues, honored professors, respected scholars, practitioners, beloved students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now with the second presentations of this keynote speech, we will move to something different from the disaster issues. Well, of course, when we are talking about health and healthy urbanisms, one of these will also be dealing with disasters, because when we remember in the beginning of 2020, when we experienced a very shocking conditions during COVID-19, that was not only in the health issues, but it's also a disaster for us. Well, it is a both honor and privilege to stand here, to stand before you at the International Conference on Indonesian Architecture and Planning 2026, which is the 8th biennial conference. I sincerely thank the organizing committee for inviting me, of course, to share these keynote ideas. Today, I would like to invite you into a journey, not merely to discuss healthier cities, rather to fundamentally rethink how we should understand the relationship between cities, health, and the future of humanity. This is the outline of my presentations. Let me just skip that. And I would like to invite you also to consider the propositions that may seem both familiar but also provocative. Perhaps the time has come to rethink what we mean with healthy urbanism. For decades, we have pursued the idea of healthy city. There are many books already written on healthy cities. For many decades, even we have already treated health as a medical issue and cities as a planning issue. Today, the separations is no longer tenable. In the age of climate emergencies, pandemics, widening inequalities, housing crisis, and mental health challenges, we are beginning to recognize a profound reality that health of the people and the health of the cities are inseparable. If the 20th century taught us how cities drive economic growth, The 21st century will be judged by whether cities can sustain human and planetary health. The challenge before us is therefore not simply to build smarter cities, greener cities, or more competitive cities, but the challenge is to build cities that enable people to thrive in an area of polycrisis. We'll talk about polycrisis a little bit on that issue. That the healthy cities concept did not begin as a program to just build hospitals in many cities or improve health services. Its original idea was much broader than that. Health is created by the way a city is planned, governed, and lived in. In other words, a city itself can either promote or undermine the health and well-being of its inhabitants. Yeah, the concept that was originally developed in the mid-1980s by Trevor Hancock and Leonard Dull, working in collaborations with the World Health Organizations, or WHO. Their work became the intellectual foundations for WHO Healthy Cities Project, officially launched in 1986. Hancock and Dull argued that health should be understood as a dynamic process, not merely the absence of disease. Their famous definitions remains one of the most widely cited, such as that a healthy city is one of the continually creating and improving those physical and social environments and expanding those community resources which enable people to mutually support each other in performing all the functions of life and developing to their maximum potentials. Our cities are not merely experiencing isolated urban patterns. They are exhibiting symptoms of systemic illness. Air pollution, traffic congestions, housing shortages, climate risk, urban heat island, and social inequality and the loss of green spaces are interconnected conditions that reinforce one of another rather than occurring independently. I think you are also right, Pak Gopi, to say that my idea is also inspired by the work of a medical doctor, not only my wife. That the physicians examining the city symbolize a critical shift in the perspective instead of treating with individual symptoms. We must diagnose and address the underlying causes embedded in the way cities are planned. To my beloved students, undergraduate students, the first year or second year students, I always try to make them also understand why we have to be a city planner, because we are also a doctor for them. But then we are also challenged to rethink what it means for the city to be healthy. As Herbert Girardi argues, cities become metabolically unhealthy when they consume more resources than they generate. Traffic congestions, pollutions, etc. There are symptoms of urban systems that are no longer functioning sustainably. If healthy cities create the conditions for the people and to the nature to thrive, then cities that systematically generate pollutions, exclusions, chronic stress, etc., they should be recognized as six cities, requiring systemic transformations rather than placements of solutions. In defining characteristics of six cities, urban systems that no longer promote health but instead generate chronic stress, environmental degradations, and social inequality. Rather than creating opportunities for well-being, these cities prioritize economic growth at the expense of human and ecological health, leaving them increasingly vulnerable to the interconnected pressures of today's polycrisis. The health of the people and the health of the cities are inseparable. So we cannot think about the health of the people without thinking of the health of the cities, and both ways. An unhealthy urban environment characterized by pollutions, poor housing. Again, I will always say about inequality, because from the social point of view, inequality are sometimes disregarded. And limited green spaces creates conditions that contribute to respiratory illness, chronic disease, mental distress. Yeah? These declining health and outcomes in terms weaken community resilience, productivity, and social cohesion, creating a vicious cycle in which unhealthy cities produce unhealthy populations. And unhealthy populations further weakens the cities. The message is quite clear. Improving public health requires not only better health care, but also healthier urban systems that address the root causes embedded in planning, design, and governance. The original healthy city concept represented several major shifts, in fact, in the way of thinking further about the way or the idea of reframing healthy urbanism. The shift consists of from health care to health creations. Yeah. Before the 1980s, urban health policies focused primarily on hospitals, on medical treatments, on sanitations, sometimes only focused on infectious disease control. Healthy cities propose something fundamentally different. Health is produced long before people arrive at hospitals. The second shift will be that the city itself became the patient. Rather than asking how do we treat the sick people, yeah, healthy city will ask what characteristic that makes the city produce healthy people. Yeah. The shifted attention towards urban design, land use planning, environmental management, social policies, and community participations, that today this is recognized as one of the foundations of urban health. The third shift is that the health become everyone's responsibility. We used to rely only to the Department of Health, Dinas Kesehatan, for example. Yeah? But the healthy city approach rejected the idea that the health belongs only to the health departments. Instead, it argues that the health is created by many sectors. Urban planning, housing, transportation, education, environment. Let's say there will be a longer list of it. This is why healthy cities are often described as an example of intersectoral governance or health in all policies. And the fourth shift here in this slide showing that a healthy city is a process. It should not be considered as a status. Yeah? I think it's quite similar also to the idea of nominations by UNESCO, Bu Sita, yeah? That the inscriptions from UNESCO is not the final goal. It is actually the way we should also think about on how to sustain, on how to continuously conserve the heritage conservations. One of WHO's most important principle is that a healthy city is defined by its commitment and continuous improvements, not by whether it has already achieved perfect health. Okay, we all know that there is a global healthy city index. Yeah? That the Healthy City Index was created because governments and researchers recognized that health is shaped by cities. But cities lacked a systemic way to measure whether they were actually creating healthy living conditions. Yeah? International organizations have produced guidelines. Urban planners have promoted walkability, green spaces, mixed-use development, active transportations, and healthier lifestyles. However, a healthy city index is not simply a scorecard, which is so far that is already done by many institutions in the world. It should be considered as a governance tool. It helps cities move from treating illness to creating health by making the health impacts of planning decision visible. In the 21st century, however, this role should evolve further. Rather than measuring health as an end of the state alone, future indices or some other index should assess the capacity of urban systems to continuously produce health, resilience, and well-being for all, reflecting the shift from traditional healthy city to healthy urban system approach. Okay, here I would like to continue to the discourse with a simple but unsettling questions. What if we have been asking the wrong questions? We mean that we are asking about who is actually responsible to create or to develop healthy cities. Perhaps the question is not how can we make people healthier? Perhaps the most fundamental question is how do our cities systematically produce health? Or even sometimes in many cases produce illness. This subtle shift changed everything. Today I would like to argue that healthy urbanism should no longer be understood merely as a collection of design principles, public health interventions, or planning guidelines. Instead, it should be understood as a framework for transforming the urban systems that continuously shape human health, social equity, ecological resilience, and collective well-being. The central thesis would be healthy urbanism should no longer be understood as designing healthier cities, but it should be understood as transforming the urban systems that continuously produce health. Yeah, this is actually the big questions that maybe most of us will have to deal with. Are our cities making us healthier or systematically more vulnerable? Yeah? Or why we need a new way of thinking about healthy cities? Now, what I would like to touch upon a little bit now, why polycrisis is quite important also for us to think about within the context of developing urban, healthy urbanisms. The condition has increasingly been described as a polycrisis, in which throughout history, cities have been always faced with many different crises. Pandemic, epidemics reshaped medieval towns, industrialization produced overcrowding, pollutions, and poor sanitations, prompting the rise of modern public health and urban planning. Wars, I think wars is still around with us, although we also have to think about how to achieve the global happiness. But wars destroyed urban infrastructure and damaged large-scale reconstructions. Economic recessions also transformed labor markets and patterns of urban growth, as well as that each generation confronted its own defining challenge, and each challenge left a lasting imprint on the evolutions of cities. Around the world, cities are confronting not only crises, but many, including climate change, demographic change, rapid technological transformations. Well, of course, Health emergencies also remind us that disease spread through networks of mobility, housing, etc. will also have to be considered. Even now that this challenge not only occurred independently, that we have to think that many of those crises should be considered as something interconnected one to each other. They intersect, reinforce one another, and often produce consequences that no single discipline can adequately explain. In this convergence of crises that has led many scholars to describe our time as the age of polycrisis, which is an era which multiple disruptions interact to create new forms of uncertainty simultaneously. In such context, the traditional boundaries between planning architecture, public health, environmental management, and social policy become increasingly inadequate. The question we face today cannot be answered by any one profession acting alone. They require a new way of thinking, one that embraces complexity, acknowledges the interdependence, and recognizes that health is embedded in every fabric of urban systems. Yeah, this is some illustrations about what is meant by polycrisis. Yeah, from non-communicable diseases and then move towards social isolations, etc. And they are actually products of complex urban systems. I think this slide should come earlier, because when I mentioned about that health is actually designed long before anyone enter a hospital, means that every zoning regulations, every transportation investment, etc. actually is a part of the reframing, especially significant for the global south. While these experiences offer more valuable lessons for all of us. What about the future of our cities after we are considering the polycrisis? As the consequences of the polycrisis, there are several challenges that worth to note. Can cities remain healthy when the crises they are faced increasingly reconnected or even interconnected? How do we build healthy cities in the world defined by uncertainty, complexity, and polycrisis? What does a healthy city mean in the area of climate emergencies, pandemics, and widening inequalities? Are our cities prepared not only to survive, but to thrive through them? The questions before us, therefore, are much larger than the designing healthier neighborhoods. It is about redefining how cities themselves produce health, resilience, justice, and hope. If the 20th century taught us how to build modern cities, the 21st century challenges to build the cities that can remain healthy amid uncertainty. Not cities that merely survive crisis, but cities that continuously cultivate human flourishing despite them. I believe is the true promise of reframing healthy urbanism. And that journey begins by understanding the world now we inhabit in an era not only isolated challenges, but interconnected crises that demand equally interconnected solutions rather than individual solutions. Now we have to start with how do we reframe that. But before we ask the healthy urbanism, it is worth reflecting on where it came from. Sorry. Yeah. The relationship between cities and health is not new. In fact, it lies at the very foundations of modern planning. During the 19th century, rapidly industrializing cities in Europe experienced severe overcrowding, contaminated water, poor sanitations, repeated outbreaks of cholera and other infectious diseases. This crisis prompted a profound realization that the physical environment of cities could either protect or endanger human health. During the 20th century, however, our understanding of our health evolved. Health was no longer viewed merely as the absence of disease. It came to encompass physical, mental, and social well-being. This broader understanding was reflected in the World Health Organization's definitions of health, later inspired by Healthy Cities movement launched in 1986. This perspective transformed urban planning concepts such as walkability, mixed-use neighborhoods, active mobility, access to green spaces, healthy housing, and community participations become so central components of healthy urbanisms. More recently, ideas such as the 15-minute city, nature-based solutions, and the active design have continued to reinforce the importance of designing environments that support healthier lifestyle. In other words, we often ask, cities can encourage healthier choices, while paying less attention to how cities themselves produce vulnerability through unequal access to housing, employment, mobility, education. And even sometimes we also have to think about political representations. A neighborhood may have beautiful parks, but if residents cannot afford decent housing, spend hours commuting. I have one student who will be presenting tomorrow about the stress experienced by the commuters, yeah, for example, are multiple systems that shape everyday life now. Cities as Jakarta, Lagos, Mumbai, Manila requires approaches that acknowledge complexity rather than assume uniformity. They challenge us to move beyond universal templates. Well, cities do not simply contain health, but cities produce health. This statement may sound straightforward, but it represents a fundamental shift in how we think about urban planning and architecture. For many years, our ambitions have been to create healthy cities, but we have measured the amount of green spaces, improved walkability, etc. But these are an important achievement, of course, and they should continue. However, they often encourage us to think of health something that can be added to the city through the collections of individual interventions. The distinction is subtle but significant. Health is not produced by parks, nor by hospitals, sidewalks, bicycle lanes, but it emerged from the interactions of many interconnected systems: housing, mobility, land use, environmental equality, etc. These systems rarely operate independently and reinforce one to another. Both many public parks with a similar layouts, they are also contributing dramatically different from one case to another case. Now, I will touch upon a little bit on the importance of the global South. Why global South matters? Because before discussing the future pathways, we must acknowledge that the particular realities facing many cities in the global South. rapid urbanizations have often outpaced the capacity of institutions to provide adequate housing, infrastructures, transportations, and public services. Informal settlements continue to accommodate millions of urban residents, while inequalities, income, educations remain deeply embedded in the urban landscape. At the same time, many cities are disproportionately exposed to climate-related hazards such as flooding, extreme heat, sea levels, and environmental degradations. All those pressures are further compounded by limited fiscal resources, fragmented governance, and institutional arrangements that frequently operate the isolations rather than an integrated systems. So, the result is not simply collections of urban problems, but a conditions which multiple vulnerabilities converge and reinforce one to another. Okay, now the time for reframing. From reframing to transformations towards systematic health issues. If we accept that cities continuously produce health, then the next question will be considering several reasons, because healthy urbanism is not simply a public health agenda, it is a new paradigm for governing urban system in the age of polycrisis. For more than a century, the idea of healthy urbanism has evolved alongside with changing relationship between cities and public health. Early urban reforms were primarily concerned with sanitation, infectious disease, etc. These interventions transformed cities and dramatically improved the life expectancies. Over time, the Healthy Cities movement expanded its focus beyond disease prevention to include health promotions, environmental quality, and quality of life. Yet the challenges confronting cities today are fundamentally different from those that shaped the original healthy urbanism's agenda at the beginning. We are living now in the age of polycrisis, where climate change, biodiversity loss, pandemics, housing insecurity, economic instability, I think it also happens to us, they interact, reinforce one to another. Again, heat waves. Last week, we've seen that European continents are also hit by heat waves, and so many victims were also there, which exacerbates air pollution and disproportionately affects vulnerable populations. This changing context demands a fundamental reframing of healthy urbanisms. The traditional paradigm that often focused on improving specific environmental conditions or encouraging healthier individual behaviors, now we have to change or reframe it into the healthy urbanisms that requires moving beyond a purely anthropocentric perspective. Urban health cannot be separated from the health of the ecosystems and the stability of the planetary systems upon which cities depend. And let me just jump, because only 3 minutes, I believe. How do we transform our city? Yeah, we have a couple of pathways for the future. Yeah, the first one is to move from sectoral planning to systems thinking. Yeah, I think the idea has already been there for quite a while. Yeah. And then the second one is the second pathway is to place equity at the center of urban transformations. That health inequalities rarely arise by chance. The third pathway is to recognize that informality as the part of the solutions. Across much of the global south, informality is often portrayed as a planning failure that should eventually disappear. Yet informal settlements, informal transport system, community organizations also demonstrate remarkable capacities for adaptations and mutual support. The fourth pathway is to design cities that are adaptive rather than merely efficient. For decades, planning has emphasized on optimizations, but faster transportations, greater efficiency, it doesn't really solve in many situations. But the age of polycrisis even also teaches us efficiency alone is not sufficient. Finally, the fifth pathway perhaps is the most important one, that the global south must become a producer of urban knowledge. For too long, planning ideas have largely flowed in one direction from the global north to the rest of the world. Certainly, we have learned much from these experiences, but our cities also possesses knowledge that would urgently needs. Ladies and gentlemen, healthy urbanism is no longer simply about creating healthier neighborhoods. Yeah? From the theoretical point of view, the need to reframe healthy urbanism becomes evident when viewed through the complementary perspectives of several leading scholars. Helen Pinho argues that the healthy urbanisms must extend beyond conventional public health and urban design by integrating health, equity, inclusion, and sustainability into a single system based and articulated through the tribes of the people. Hugh Burton and Marcus Grant similarly demonstrate through the health map. The health is shaped by the wider urban environment, including housing, transport, green infrastructure, governance, employment, and community networks, rather than only by healthcare services alone. Michael Marmot further strengthened the perspective of showing that health inequalities are fundamentally produced by social determinants of health. The conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work, and age. Together, these perspectives shift the focus from treating disease to creating urban conditions that enable individuals and communities to thrive. And of course, finally, at the same time, Adam Tooze's concept of polycrisis provided broader context for understanding why these transformations has become so urgent. And finally, taken all together, the contributions of Pinho, Gilade, Burton, and Grant, Marmot, even Tooze provide a compelling conceptual foundations for cities, but as a system-based paradigms for creating equitable, regenerative, resilient, and thriving urban futures, particularly in the rapidly urbanizing cities of the global south. As a concluding remarks, a couple of future pathways, not pathways, takeaways. This is not takeaway foods, but a takeaway something that we have to think about in the future, in the near future. Yeah? What if we have been asking what's wrong with the questions? Now then one of the takeaway is that health is not an isolated outcome of the healthcare system, nor it is merely the consequence of individual choices. But health is an emergent property of the way we plan, we design, we govern, and we inhabit our cities. The second takeaway is that the age of polycrisis demands a different way of working. The third takeaway is that concerned with the global south. Throughout my keynote speech, I have suggested that the global south should not be viewed simply as a region facing the world's greatest urban challenges. It should also be recognized as a resource of ideas, innovations, and practical knowledge for the future of healthy urbanisms. Distinguished participants, now allow me to make one final reflection. The greatest cities of the 21st century will not be remembered because they had the tallest buildings, the smartest technologies, or the fastest economic growth. They were remembered because they enabled people to live healthy, meaningful, and dignified while respecting the ecological systems upon which all life depends. Perhaps then the future of the healthy urbanism is not simply about building better cities. It is about building better relationship between people and place, between development and the nature, between knowledge and action, between present needs and future generations. If we can achieve that, we will have most beyond designing healthy cities. We will have begun creating urban systems that enable both people and the planet to flourish together. Such a transformation represents far more than improving infrastructure, expanding healthcare services, or increasing environmental performance. Let me now close my keynote address by presenting two quotes that the health is creating and lived by the people within the settings of their everyday life, where they learn, they work, they play, and they love, which is by WHO in Ottawa Charter 1986. And then the second quotes will be, the city is not a problem. The city should be considered as the solutions, by James Lerner. Thank you very much for your attention, and I really look forward for our discussions. I do hope that this speech will inspire us, not only you, but also myself, for further deliberations to create much better place to live. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Applause for Pak Ari, luar biasa ya, very interesting and important subject. To take silent from Pak Ari speech was on how to see a healthy city in a more holistic way, healthy urbanism, not just a product, but also a process that one thing. But the second also point, which Pak Hari mentioned, very important, that the global south city that we used to portray as a problem, yeah, actually also provides somehow alternative for better health urbanism, something that we have to consider, that second point. And that's remind me on the main theme of this seminar, the flourishing toward the future, flourishing future. Yeah. I just learned the idea of future, and I want also the suggest to the organizing committee to use the term flourish. 2 years ago, very interesting, that the global flourish study, which is also combination as quite several recognized university, interestingly announced that Indonesia, despite that we still have some problem in poverty, some environmental issues, but interestingly, Indonesian society is announced as the most flourishing society in the world. Yeah? Very interesting. Yeah? And our president, Pak Prabowo, even mentioned that announcement in a global kind of meeting. So I'm just trying to understand what is flourish actually. Yeah? And two, I also learned from the two keynote speakers, flourish is expressed or explained by a living organism which is growth in a healthy system, healthy environment. So what I like to learn from those two speakers, first that we have to develop a learning community, learning society from a disaster moment, and that learning society will flourish if we have a healthy urbanism. Yeah? So hopefully with two keynote speakers, we have now some ideas on how to link between community learning and healthy urbanism. 2, 3 questions, please. We have only less than 10 minutes, but please mention your name and short question, yeah? Short and sub question. Two keynote speakers, yeah? Mic, please. Please be ready for the second person who like to raise question.
Check. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Dominicus from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur. I would like to ask two questions, one for Prof. Nakamura and one for Prof. Hari. Okay, for the first question is to Prof. Nakamura. What is the most challenging issue while dealing with the community which impacted by disaster? And what was your team approach to address the issue? And second question for Prof. Hari. If we discuss the city as a living organism, every living organism will produce waste and byproduct. My question is, what should a healthy city do to manage its waste? And what is the most prominent example from the global south country that can be applied in Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. There are many challenges, but now I'd like to highlight the one big challenge: how to use AI for community activities. So I introduced at the conventional workshop using the worksheets and sticky notes. But now we should consider that how to use AI for such community activities. But the most essential point I'd like to share is that only AI should not experience workshop and foster the imagination. We, each of us, should experience the workshop and foster imagination toward the future recovery process or disaster risk reduction. So, how to carefully introduce AI? That is the most important challenge. This is my opinion.
Thank you, Mas Pak Dominicus, for the interesting questions. Yes, waste, I think, is one of the components of elements of healthy issues, of course, yeah, because many of our cities are experiencing unhealthy situations because of the incapability of handling their waste. And in this sense, of course, we should also learn from how the interrelation between human life and also with the nature. Because waste can both be processed through natural process, but the human life themselves, they are also responsible on how to handle the waste. So we also have to try to combine between the two systems. The system that can be processed naturally, but of course we also understand that the nature will not, of course, will be able to accommodate or to process naturally. But then this is also the responsibility of the people living in the city on how to manage the waste. Yeah. So and there are many examples from the global south, the success. Well, there are also some failures for sure. But then we can also learn the way any communities within the global south. Sometimes it is not necessarily for us to learn always from the more developed countries, which is called here as the global north. Because the cases are quite different sometimes, especially when we also have to think about or consider the socio-economic backgrounds of the community. So I think it's much more practical if we can also learning each other from the global south experiences, including also the way they manage and treat the garbage, for sure. sorry, maybe I could not, limited time, so maybe cannot elaborate more on the examples of the success of Global South experiences. Thank you, Pak.
One more question, but waste we learn as well from Pak Ari that waste is not really product. Waste is a product of lifestyle. Process.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Anissa Ujana and I'm from...
Please say again your name and...
Okay, my name is Anissa Ujana and I'm from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur. I would like to expand the discussion with Mr. Bambang. Is that mean that we in the South region, we need develop a new standard for our region? With what you propose about the shifting and the new focus on Global South. Okay, thank you for that's my question.
Yeah, thank you, Bu Anissa. I personally don't really agree with the idea of standardizations. Yeah? Well, of course, standards are sometimes necessary in order for us to have a kind of uniform or similarities in terms of providing good services. But we have to really think about on individual case by case. Yeah? We can start with having a standard, yeah? But standard would not really solve everything automatically. But in practice, we should really have to take a look at the case-by-case problem, because even we are living in Indonesia, we have quite similarities in terms of socio-economic, socio-cultural backgrounds. But every different region, every different cities, they have some unique characteristics that demands for specific solutions. So we can start with standards, but be aware of the danger of standards. Thank you.
Terima kasih, maaf waktunya, sorry for the time, but I think we have a very good start, yeah. This morning session, we learned the learning community through disaster moment, and we learned about healthy urbanism, and both two are hopefully important factors, I think, yeah, for a flourishing society in the future. And I'm sure that in the next session we will learn more to really compile our knowledge and understanding on how to create a better and flourishing future. Terima kasih Pak Nakamura and Pak Hari, and applause for both of them, ya. Ada group picture Pak nggak?
May we ask all the speakers and moderator to remain on stage for we are about to proceed with the souvenir presentation and also group photos. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Apa itu lagu lain yang sudah potong kuenya? Healthy living for Pak Hari, ya. Yeah. Hopefully 2 years from now, if you organize another Iciap, please special date 28th of June, yeah, because that's my birthday. because I'm kind of jealous, yeah, jealous with him, yeah.
Thank you very
Remember
much.
The young people from department 2028, please put 28th of June as the first day of Iciap. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We now invite our keynote speakers and moderators to return to their respective seats. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Bagistiawan. We now move into our second keynote block of the morning. To introduce our next two speakers and lead the discussion, allow me to first introduce our moderator, Dr. Insinyur Dwita Hadirahmi. She is a lecturer at the Department of Architecture and Planning, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and completed her doctorate at Universitas Gadjah Mada. Please welcome Dr. Dwita Hadirahmi to the stage. Dr. Dwita, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, all students. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, it is my pleasure to be here as a moderator. And first of all, I would like to congratulate my department in holding this 8th biennial Iciap. Hopefully, this event will run smoothly and successfully today until tomorrow. Yeah, and then we now is in the second session of the keynote speech. Yeah, we have two keynote speaker, Professor Yoyo from Gadjah Mada, from our department. And then Professor Duncan Smith from University College London in England. But unfortunately, Professor Duncan cannot be here in person. Yeah, so he is still in London. What time now there? Maybe it's very, very early in the morning. And he will join us by Zoom. About 11:20. Yeah. So please come forward, Prof. Yoyo. Silahkan. And then before we start, I will introduce the two speakers. I have to read this. Cannot be like Pak Bobby with. Okay, so Professor Insinyur T. Yoyo Wahyu Subroto, M.Eng. PhD, IPU, is a professor at the Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. And then his education, Prof. Yoyo got his Master in Architecture, Doctor of Philosophy in Architecture, and Postdoctor of Philosophy in Architecture from the same university. Yeah, that is Osaka University. Yeah, Department of Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Osaka University, Japan. Yeah, he is a Japan mafia. And then he also got the Principal Professional Engineer from Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada. And then his academic position, he is a professor. And then a professor from 2015 until now. Yeah. And then in 2023 until 2024, he is a chairperson of the Commission of Research and Community Services, Academic Senate Council, State Universities in Indonesia. In 2022 until 2025, chairperson of the Architectural Engineering and Local Wisdom, the Institution of Engineers Indonesia, or PII. And then 2021 until 2026, chairperson of the Commission of Research and Community Services, Academic Senate, UGM. And 2017 until 2030, oh, it's still long. Chairperson of the Architectural Design Expertise Group, Department of Architecture and Planning, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. That's Professor Iciap. And then, yeah, although Dr. Duncan is still not here, but let me also read his biodata. Yeah, I just read here. Dr. Duncan Smith is Associate Professor in GIS and Visualization at the Center for Advanced Spatial Analysis, University College London. He is Program Co-Director of the MSc Urban Spatial Science at CASA. CASA is the Center for Advanced Spatial Analysis, yeah. Teaching Digital Visualization and Geographical Information Systems. Duncan's main research interests include urban sustainability, transport accessibility analysis, urban visualization, and urban geography more generally. Recent research work includes Biennial on symmetry funded by the NSFC GPI Urban Europe program and international investigation of urban sustainability, equality, and segregation in 3 megacity regions: London, the Kronstadt, and the Greater Bay Area in Southeast China. Previous of the Symmetry project, Duncan was co-I on the ESRG Resolution Project, investigating residential segregation in Sao Paulo and London. Before 2014, Duncan was Urban Data and Visualization Research Officer at LSE Cities in the London School of Economics, investigating urban sustainability in an international comparative urban context. Examples of his work are viewable at his research blog, yeah. Including interactive mapping visualization of global data, which is on his research specializations. In 2024, Dr. Duncan Smith will be principal investigator on a new 3-year driving urban transitions research project funded by ESRC, enhancing sustainable travel in small cities and outer metropolitan areas. This project will develop new measures of accessibility to local services and is jointly between UCL and researchers in Amsterdam and Lisbon. And then his education, yeah, doctorate, Doctor of Philosophy, UCL, and then Master, University of Edinburgh, and another Master of Arts from University of Edinburgh. Yeah, this is the biodata of Duncan. And yeah, so Professor Yaya Wahyu Subroto will give a speech, yeah, here and about the local wisdom. Yeah, so we already know that Indonesia has a rich in local wisdom. So each community has their own philosophical principles in life, and Professor Yoyo will present one of them, which is Trihita Karana, the ancient Balinese local wisdom and philosophy as the basic idea of traditional Balinese architecture. Yeah, this is very, very interesting. So, Pak Yoyo, you have 40 minutes time. Yeah, so please.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Dwita. So it's my opportunity to present my presentation and the title Trihita Karana, the ancient Balinese local wisdom and philosophy as the basic idea of traditional Balinese architecture. So we discuss first about the local wisdom, and then we also discuss about the concept of our philosophy of Trihita Karana, and then we have a conclusion at the end of my presentation. So we can use this one? Okay. Okay. For the first my presentation, we have to discuss about the issues. And modern life often disrupt the balance among human culture and nature, so it must be avoided in order to create a high quality environment for human life. This is the needs of human life. And then the second issue, of course, people want to get close to both nature and culture as indigenous assets. So we have seen in the many area in Indonesia about this one. And the third issue is about people greatly want to have a good connection between something connection to something larger. Larger is, means the microcosmos and macrocosmos. And then the fourth issue is about the space for shared experiences. This is, refers to among the individuals, communities, and society within the context of nature and culture. We have discussion about the first session before. And then the last one, of course, building will be a part of nature and culture and not against it. So we have to compromise about the buildings to get the relationship to the nature and culture. This is the issues of the local wisdom. It means that environment should be unified and it is becoming a part of harmonious life. So let me discuss about the definition of gimana? Nggak bisa. Setelah ini gimana? Okay. So this one. There are some definition of local wisdom by some expert that I will present in this session. The first one, local wisdom can be interpreted as ideas and information that are owned, guided, and carried out by people who are wise, full of wisdom, and high of values, and also the virtues. The second one about the local wisdom means the knowledge that discovered or acquired by local people. So local people has been built here, so it is important. Local people as a part of local wisdom. Through the accumulation and experiences in the trials and integrated with the understanding surrounding of nature and culture. And the term of nature and culture is many mentioned in this local wisdom definition. The other one is local wisdom is dynamic, of course, by function, created of local wisdom and connected to the global situation. There's a relation with local and global. The other one about the local wisdom means the sum of a cultural characteristic which the vast majority of people have in common as a result of their experiences in early life. Susah. Okay. Then the other one, the definition of local wisdom and sustainability is the key to maintain the balance of the function of our planet or our earth, yeah, while promoting the importance realizing the welfare of local community fairly, of course. Yeah. Local wisdom also maintaining the preserving will contribute the cultural and environmental sustainability. So it is the important things about the local wisdom. Also, the local wisdom not only reflects knowledge gained from direct experience, but also describe how local communities implement the real terms to protect the environment and the main culture, live there in daily life sustainability. Local wisdom has very important values in maintaining the preserving local culture and tradition in various communities throughout the world. Then the local wisdom stated by Clifford Geertz in 1973 means that local wisdom is a part of culture. This is the important thing, that local wisdom should be a part of culture. Local wisdom is traditional culture elements that are deeply rooted in human life and community, that are related to human resources, source of culture, economics, security, and law. Local wisdom can be viewed as a tradition that is related to the farming activities, livestock, building house. So this statement by Clifford Geertz is he is an anthropologist. Then the primary sources of local wisdom is philosophy. So I repeat about this one. The primary sources of local wisdom is a philosophy of life, which is summarized in various epic stories, folklore, songs, slogans, or prophets, and advice often spoken by people in everyday life. The other thing about local wisdom is there's an example in Javanese philosophy, means in Indonesia, in Javanese called rame ing gawe, sepi ing pamrih, means that teach people to have a hard work, ethic, and high discipline by doing a lot and talking less. This is stated by Magnus Suseno. Also, we have some terminologies of local wisdom still. I will describe about this. Local wisdom can be interpreted as ideas and information that are owned, guided, and carried out by people who are wise, full of wisdom, of high value, and virtues. Yeah. Okay. Balik lagi ya. Gimana? Oke, ya. Mungkin dibantu ya kalau saya agak kacau di sini. Okay, the local wisdom reflects ecological, means the nature, knowledge passed down from generation to generation and represent the collective ethics, in maintaining harmony between human and culture. These values are important in shaping community behavior that is more sustainable and responsive to the current environmental damage. In the last information about the local wisdom, I should say that there are two of local wisdom, means that tangible and intangible local wisdom. The tangible local wisdom can be seen in various forms, either textual, such as regulation, or value system. The other can be like a traditional house. In architecture, we know that about the tangible local wisdom, or traditional tools and traditional art, even the traditional textile like batik. Yeah, we have known about this. Meanwhile, the intangible local wisdom is vice versa. Although it cannot be seen, it can be heard, because it is delivered in verbal from parents to their children and the next generation. Okay, next. From this discussion, now I will say about the keywords of local wisdom, so that can be discussed in the session of the seminar after this session maybe. The first one, keyword is authenticity. So the authenticity is as a relationship to the continuity, and the term of the continuity is relation to the conservation. So what is the main goals of the conservation? It's related to the nature. The second one of the keyword is identity, means the change and the development. So I will describe about this maybe relation about the authenticity and identity. What is the differences? In architecture balances for the forces of change and continuity to adapt the modern needs while preserving and cultural and historical identity. In architecture, change and continuity are the dynamic forces that shape a built environment identity. Yeah. Rather than opposing forces, they are interdependent mechanism. Continuity preserve of structure of soul and historical roots, while change accommodates the modern needs. In modern need, we, of course, change is simultaneous happen in our life. Ultimately, creating an authenticity is living architecture. In architecture, change, continuity, identity, and authenticity represent delicate balancing act. As cities, as we have discussed in last session, and as cities and culture evolve, architecture must adapt to modern technology and needs to change, while anchoring itself in historical memory means the continuity. This intersection defines community unique identity and determine its built authenticity. Okay, next. So we have discussed about Trihita Karana. This philosophy in Balinese culture. The picture in the left right side is the symbolic of Trihita Karana. The concept of Trihita Karana means the balance of human relation with God, fellow human beings and nature is the main basis of traditional Balinese architecture. It is implemented through spatial zoning, like expressed in three mandala. Building orientation has a relation to Sangha mandala, and the division of the house structure in three anga. I will explain about this more in the next capture. To create the spiritual, culture, social, ecological harmony. The three mandala means that three means tree. Yeah, it's similar in English also. Hita means happiness or prosperity. Karana means cause or way. This means of the meaning of the Trihita Karana. So next one. Here I explain about the more detail about the Trihita Karana. The following are the application of Trihita Karana in traditional Balinese house. In Balinese house, there are three sections about the area of the Trihita Karana. The first one is Parahyangan, means the human relation with God. It is realized through the presence of Pamarajan, is the shrine of family or place of worship, located in the most sacred or main area in the direction of Kajekangin, and that similar to the northeast direction. The second one is Pawongan. Pawongan is relation to the human relation with others, means the community. This is implemented through buildings layout and that encourage social interaction between the extended communal, family and family yard, including the presence of the uncle, means the gate as a shared entrance. The third one is the Palemahan. Palemahan means human nature relationship. This is realized through the use of natural material like bamboo, wood, bricks, thatched roofs, yeah, and building layout adapt the land contours and cardinal direction. Yeah, the cardinal direction I will explain in the next capture. To harmonize the environment, such as the three mandala. Yeah, three mandala is the section about the Utama, Madhya, and Nista mandala. The three aspects within Trihitakarana cannot be separated each other. While if one change, the harmony of the togetherness among those points will be disrupted. Okay, the next. This is more explained about the Trihitakarana. The Trihitakarana is a central Balinese philosophy, meaning the three, as I said before, three causes of well-being or prosperity. It is emphasizes achieving harmony and happiness through the three balanced relationship, like I said before, the Parahyangan, Pawongan, and Palemahan, guiding the daily life, ritual and ecological conservation in Bali. I said about the terrestrial line, the axis of the mountain and the sea. In Bali, Balinese language called Kajekelo, as the axis terrestrial point that I have described before. A terrestrial point is a specific coordinate defined location on the Earth's surface. Yeah, so it can be touched. Yeah, and we can more explanation about this. This concept aims to create harmony between human, nature, and God. Yeah, by placing the sacred zone in the northeast and the profane zone in the southwest. The northeast means the Pamarajan is the holy space out of there, and the profane zone is the place for the kitchen. Yeah, Pawon in Balinese language. In places in the south and west. The second one, except the Trihitakarana, Sangamandala, also implemented in the traditional Balinese architecture. It's divided line building into the 9 specific zones. So it divided into the 9 grids based on sacred and profane direction. It ensures cosmic balance between by organizing the based on orientation to mountain and sea, and sunrise and sunset. Yeah, means the direction of Kangin Kau, assigning 9 different gods, and to protect this area, Sangamandala is oriented to the cardinal direction. Nawa Dewata is the axis of cardinal point, means the four main direction of compass, yeah, north, east, south, west, yeah, used for navigation, mapping, and orientation. It is situated at angles to each other, and they define the primary orientation of a compass rose. Okay. Next. This I draw about this figure. Yeah. In the left side, the description about the true and the truth. Yeah. If we see the true is rectangular in the left side, and the circle in the right side. In our perspective, it is the truth, but it is not the truth. Yeah. So we have to see the cylinder as a holistic one. In cosmological description, yeah, I said before about the terrestrial line or axis. This is in the surface of the Earth, yeah. So we can see about Yeah, usually the mountain, hill, forest, lake, river. Yeah, this is a part of the nature, and the lower or the south side about the seaward. So in Bali it means the Kaca Kelot. This is the terrestrial line or axis about the nature cosmology. The second one is the cardinal lines or cardinal axis. It is refers to the vertical sun, yeah, cosmology. Yeah, means the east and the west side. Yeah, in the east, the place for the sunrise, and the west is the point for the sunset. If the two nature cosmology can be unified as the figure of the right side. This is the holistic of the cosmology in the view of Balinese idea about the cosmology related to the Trihita. The next one. This is the implementation about the Balinese culture. Yeah. So the Gadjah means in the middle of the island of Bali. So in the south side means the Gadjah in the upper, and the Kelot, the seaward, in means in the south side. But vice versa, in the Bali, North Bali, the Kelot should be in the seaward. Yeah, seaward in north side. Yeah, Gadjah Kangin means the sunrise and sunset. Yeah, so something like this. The illustration of the Gadjah Kelot means in the picture of right side. Yeah, this is the implementation of the cosmology of Balinese culture. Means the place of the Pura Desa and Pura Pusat, Pura Dalam. Yeah, it has stated the place. Yeah, in the two village. Yeah, so in the more macro in Jula, in Tenganan, in Buk. Yeah, means the place of the center of the village. Okay, the next one. So I should change the discussion about Sangamandala, the functional zoning of north and northeast. Yeah, reserved for the most sacred building, such as the family shrine or bedroom, means the Bali Daja. And the direction of south and southwest means the Kelot and Teben reserve the fourth kitchen or the lower value spaces. The center means Nata or Pusat, often is associated with the central or neutral zone. It has been decided so that if we go to the Balinese traditional house, we can find this direction. In relation to the other concept of Sangamandala, often used in combination with Trihita Karana, of course, yeah, that is three pillars, harmony, ensuring the harmony between human nature and God, as I said before. Also the Trianga means the vertical hierarchy of spaces with the head, body, and feet. And also the Trimandala, similar to Sangamandala but simpler, dividing space into only 3 and not 9. Yeah, in 9 we call Sangamandala. Yeah, the illustration of the Sangamandala, the figure is in the right side. Okay, next one. This is information about the detail of the Sangamandala and also the Trihita Karana. Means that the core principle of Sangamandala is 9 division layout divided into zone ranging from the most sacred into the least sacred profile. The direction orientation, it uses two intersection axes, Gadjah Kelot and Kangin Kau. Yeah, means the mountain and sea for the Gadjah Kelot, and the sunrise and sunset means the Kangin Kau. Yeah. Okay, this is an illustration about the the Balinese traditional house, something like that. Then next one, also this Trita Karana. This the application is it is strictly applied in traditional Balinese house design. We call penyengker, temples and sometimes modern residential project to maintain cultural and spiritual harmony. So Balinese still keep this implementation of Trita Karana. So the philosophy of Trita Karana is not merely about the functional space, but ensuring that the spatial layout of the Balinese house respect the spiritual forces and God associated with its direction, ensuring that the living space is a microcosmos of the universe. The illustration in the right side of the picture. Then next. So this implementation, something like this, yeah. So the summarize of my presentation from the beginning to the last presentation. It's just like things like this. Okay, next. So we discuss about the spirit. The first is the cultural spirits. We call it Parahyangan. The cultural spirit of Parahyangan manifests through several distinct architectural design and planning principles. The first one is the sacred spatial orientation. Yeah, as I said before, it means the Gadjah Kelot and Asta Kosala Kosali. The cosmic aspect means the layout of heavily dictated by the Gadjah toward the sacred mountain and like Mount Agung in Bali, and Kelot toward the sea in the south or the north of island of Bali as the axis. The second one is the hierarchy of purity. The Parahyangan or family temple is always places in the most sacred elevated corner of the property, yeah, in Pamarajan, in the direction of Gadjah Kangin, yeah, it's northeast. Conversely, service area like kitchen are places in the Gadjah Kelot Kau, yeah, in the southwest, yeah. It is special places for the kitchen in Balinese traditional house. Next, the community spirit, of course, yeah, in the area of Pawongan. The community spirit refers to the second aspect of Pawongan. Yeah, it is a concept which is desire the harmonious life community. The community spirit of Pawongan, the Balinese architectural philosophy of harmony among people, fosters social cohesion. In the community, we have to make social interaction, means the relation to the social cohesion through interconnected living spaces and communal collaboration. The emphasizing of shared courtyard, yeah, it is can be seen in the Balinese traditional house, yeah. Open pavilions, of course, yeah, make space for interaction between community member, and community-centric design. The traditional layout encourages daily interaction, mutual assistance, means gotong royong in Indonesian language, and collective village governance also refers to the Pawongan. The Pawongan represent the middle tier of Trita Karana, the overarching Balinese philosophy of balance between human nature and divine, of course, written the God. So the illustration of the Balinese traditional house is like the picture in the right side. Okay, the last one about the nature at Palemahan. Yeah, the nature refers to the third aspect of Palemahan. It is the concept of which desire the harmonious relation between community and nature. in traditional architecture, Palaman, or the realm of nature, is viewed as a living, breathing entity. It is inhabited by Buddha Kala in Balinese culture, the spirit of underworld of nature, and Panca Mahabhuta, the 5 element of forces. Design practices in integrated nature spirit by providing them with the specific spaces, offering and architectural boundaries to maintain the cosmic balance. Yeah. Okay, the illustration of the picture is at the right side. Okay, and then this is the Pawongan zone. Yeah, the illustration of like this. Yeah, we can concentrate the place of each building in Balinese houses, traditional house. Yeah. There is a Sangga in Balai Meten, Balai Dau, Balai Gede, Lumbung, Pawon, Angkul-Angkul. So it is should be building what is building and should be where. It is in the Trihita Karana has been implemented in traditional Balinese house. Okay, then, okay, so we have arrived in the conclusion about our discussion about the philosophy of Trihita Karana. So the philosophy of Trihita Karana concern about the community, nature and culture interrelation, which leads to complexity and sustainability of the system within the traditional Balinese house as the local wisdom of the Balinese house. The second one is conclusion is the system has created by the social energy, and it has been developed in the nature as Balinese cultural power. The third conclusion is all the complexity, synergy of harmonious symbiotic relation among community, nature and culture use its power to adapt and strengthen the local culture that is reflected by physically in the traditional Balinese house. Next. The philosophy of Trihita Karana has embodied in the authenticity. Yeah, I has mentioned about the keyword of Trihita Karana is local wisdom. Authenticity means the authenticity setting of traditional Balinese house, and at the same time has created its identity. The Balinese use the philosophy of Trihita Karana traditional in Balinese house maintain their environment, means the nature, of course, yeah, and strategies for promoting its social and cultural resilience in long-term periods. The philosophy of Trihita Karana has created potential factor for long-term sustainability of traditional Balinese house. Next. Okay, this is a matrix that I have written in this capture, means the nature in the right side and the culture in the left side. So in the left side, the culture means the God or Parahyangan, Palemahan, and Pawongan. And I have talked about the tangible and intangible, means nature, yeah, which mention about the social, environment, and culture, both of this. So you can read this in detail as your reference. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Yoyo. Yeah, this is very interesting lecture. Yeah, that give us understanding on the Balinese local wisdom, Trihita Karana. Yeah, that applying that Trihita Karana for the whole life of the Balinese is to achieve the balance in life. So, of course, if there is a problem in one relationship, maybe human and human, or human and nature, or human and God, must be something wrong, or there is a problem in the balance of life. Yeah, and yeah, I also remember, because I'm a Jogjanese, And I remember that Jogja also has a similar local wisdom called Hamemayu Hayuning Pawono. Yeah, that's also related to the three harmonious relationship, a human relationship between human and human, human and nature, and human and God. And this local wisdom is very unique that we cannot find in other places. Yeah. So one more, give applause to Professor Yayo. Yeah. Okay. And then, hello, good morning, Professor Duncan Smith.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. What time? What time now there in London?
5:30. So go ahead and start.
5:30 is very. How about the weather there? I heard it's very hot.
Europe has been very hot. It's been
Very
a good
hot.
way the last few weeks. So yes, very warm at the moment.
Oh, okay. So thank you very much for joining us, although you are in online, yeah. Okay, so I already read your biodata or CV, yeah, already, yeah. So Professor Duncan Smith from UCL will present. This is about transportation, sustainable transport, mapping accessibility in UK cities. Yeah, and I think this is very much related to the previous session, Professor Hari Wibisono's presentation and healthy cities. And yeah, I think transportation is one of the element in a healthy city. Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Duncan Smith, you have 40 minutes. Yeah. So please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to come along to your conference. And so I am supervising and YouTube or no one that is how the connection. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about accessibility and sustainable transport in urban form, and hopefully these ideas transfer to the Indian context as well. Next slide. Yes, this is about the lab called the Center for Advanced Spatial Analysis, and we specialize in urban modeling and urban planning. And we have lots of different research area. It was originally set up by faculties, famous researchers in urban. And the work I'm going to project research in urban transition. Next slide, please. So here's an overview of challenges in transportation. Which we're using this method of accessibility analysis, sustainable transport in urban context, and I'll show you some examples of that research. And then finally, we talk a little bit about next slide. Information specific to, but it applies globally as well. Transport is one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gas emissions. So for the UK, it's in fact the largest sector. But the challenge for transport is environmental, very big health impact as well. And if we are linked to car dependence, then less mobile, and it brings a lot of health impacts. In the UK, very much struggling with obesity. But both in adults and children, transport is part of that. And there's also the economic as well. The good transport connectivity to make cities more competitive and bring workers to jobs and connect cities better overall. Next slide, please. So this is a diagram of energy in the UK economy. It's a little bit complicated, but an idea on the left-hand side are energy, and the width of those lines proportional to millions of tons of oil. So basically, and on the right-hand side is the sector energy, and basically the message is most economies in the UK continue to be very highly fossil fuel. So the UK, that blue or purple line on the bottom, petroleum, transport is still over 90% petrol dependent. So that's what we're trying to change. The ability to move towards electrification, but there's still very much a long way to go. Next slide, please. So electrification is globally a very vital part of the solution, and will improve air quality, also reduce carbon emissions. But that process is taking time, and also it doesn't solve our. We just jump to the next slide, please. So this is estimate of the carbon emissions per mile for different modes of transport. So we can see traditional cars, gas and diesel cars at the bottom being the most carbon intensive forms of transport. And then in the middle we have an electric tax the emissions transport, but there's still a lot of emissions in battery manufacture and still some emissions with driving. And then we have public transport. We've got active travel, electric cars to travel, bike scooters. So that's a kind of modes of transport. Yes, electric cars are help a lot, but still at the moment, and if improve further with more advances in battery technology. But at the moment, electric cars are still associated some substantial greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. And the other aspect part that electric cars don't solve of a carbon intensity, the quality of public space, the health aspects and related to, although electric cars are lower quality, so there's still a strong argument for fewer cars or even removing cars from some parts of our cities, regardless if they are, newer technology electric cars or traditional cars. The health, public space, also the agglomeration aspects still apply with whether cars are electric or not. The next slide, please. Yes, I'm going to jump through this bit, right? But for many cities, kind of industries that are most productive are agglomeration knowledge economy industries, like information technology, finance, and so on, and public transport networks very much in that kind of agglomeration is centric. So we jump to the next slide. So here's an example of agglomeration in London. So King's Cross is a large railway, had a lot of warehouse and that was redeveloped in the early 2000s. And took quite a while, but this has become a major hub for artificial intelligence companies. So DeepMind, which is an AI company linked to Google, OpenAI. So that is a new cluster that's formed in London in a site designed for business agglomeration around public transport. And then that's an example of our urban dynamics changing. We are changing their practice. One still some traditional aspects of agglomeration clustering this together, very much applied modern economic context as well. Next slide, please. Yes, I'm sure you're familiar with these kind of diagrams. This is our structure of thinking about can be planned in relation hierarchy of public transport links. So we might have major links of radio, using heavy rail, that would link or local networks, bus networks, metro networks. And so very much for it to work, we need integration between land use and transport, entities, and mix-up bridges and public transport stations. And that very much remains the key for if you want us to go beyond our. And that fits with ideas like the public transport development, but also more recent debates around the 15-minute city as well. Next slide, please. And again, a bit about health as well. So public transport is vital for many people without car access. That's quite high in the UK, and it will be high in many countries around the world. Car dependence contributes to poor health and the design of the public realm. This is for the architecture scale, pedestrianization, level services, design and integration of public space and services and so on can create active. So yes, public transport, very active travel, cities can have a major role in health and transport as well. So for example, in the UK, trips are less than 5 miles, 70% less than 1 mile. So these are trips that are very much potentially taken, but through active travel. Next slide, please. So just to say this is a sector that has a lot of change, I mentioned, driverless cars and other aspects could change competitive modes as well, but also have a lot of lifestyle in the pandemic, particularly around work from home, working. So it's for alternative modes of car and public transport active travel, we need to be sympathetic to these changes, address these changes in modes, particularly around transport. Next slide, please. Yes, so we're going to talk a little bit about what's called accessibility analysis as a way of making cities and their competitiveness and their preparedness for public transport and alternative modes to car travel. Next slide. So accessibility is a framework we can planning and development to support sustainable transport, and it quantifies the ability any mode of transport, but in this case we're relying on public transport and walking and cycling. So it's a measure of the opportunity within certain travel. So an example from my mind, schools or hospitals. We try to make these measures. Next slide, please. So this is a spatial analysis, geography operation, where you need to know the street network, which you're trying to reach, and where people live, and also the services available to reach them. And if you want to do the more sophisticated kind of accessibility analysis, then you really want the timetable services as well. That will tell you how frequent services and would a person trying to reach this opportunity, how long will they have to wait at a stop or a metro station, and would they have to interchange to get to their destination. So if we have the timetable and calculate realistic travel times through work. And this can be done with open source software. So for example, very popular tool is this R5R that created in Brazil and it's widely. But to use this to timetable data, generally comes as this format called GG. which is not always available at great agencies in your particular country. Next slide, please. Yes, so here's an example. This is analysis in the UK, access to jobs, so we calculate all the jobs that you can reach from origin, and the map on the right is fairly detailed, so maybe similar Asia as well, one very large, very successful and massive city in the city of London, with the largest population, largest economy, most infrastructure, and then we have others with that more successful city. That's what you can see on the map right side. And we can express the accessibility in ways. So the next slide. Yeah, if we go to the next slide, please. So this is a ranking of the city output by accessibility, and the output may change depending on the length of travel time, so between local and regional accessibility. But you can see the UK's largest cities are London, Manchester, Glasgow, Birmingham, and more compact cities like Edinburgh and Oxford, Cambridge, do well on shorter distances. They are small, but don't have such a big regional network. And next slide. So accessibility is kind of best public transport quality, and to reach destinations, and could be different types of destinations. You could look at public services, education, or you could look at more on the economic side, such as jobs, and job accessibility is influenced by city size, and transport infrastructure. Go to the next slide. And again, thanks. Yes, so in the project we've been working on, we're trying to, or we have created a website where city planners in the UK can look at their particular city and see at what level of accessibility and sustainable travel a particular city operates at. So we've got these two measures. We've got an accessibility measure produced by the Department of Transport, which they call the connectivity metric. So that's similar to the method I was just describing. And then we've also got a measure of level of car ownership, and also how people travel. So if we just jump back and show you those. The next slide, please. Yeah, so this is a graph of those two measures. So this is really important. If I'm going to argue improve accessibility to make travel more sustainable, then there should be a relationship between accessibility increasing and travel becoming more sustainable. And you can see that here on the bottom axis, the x-axis, we've got our measure of accessibility by transport, and on the y-axis, we've got how people traveling are the users of the transport back to travel. And you can see as disability gets higher, we do get more travel, and that's to do with densities increasing, car ownership falling, choosing to take more sustainable modes, costs of driving increasing large cities such as parking and just so on. Yeah, so we jumped on. And so that's the kind of grouping. So these are those circles are local authorities. London, as I mentioned, by far the largest high-density city in the UK at the top right, with high accessibility, very sustainable travel. And then we have some of the other cities we're trying to catch up with London, like Manchester and Liverpool and Newcastle. And well, for cities with lots of active travel, they can outperform what you'd expect. So in this case, that's Cambridge, Oxford, and Brighton. So these are cities with a lot of students that do a lot of cycling. they're higher than expected sustainability. So it's a way that cycling city can make a city perform better than expected given its public transport accessibility. So we jump on to the next slide. So this is so I can't demonstrate the platform to you directly. I've just some shots, but this is a platform that will go online next month. Explore for yourself if you like. So it's an interactive platform where people can explore different cities and look at their accessibility and travel results for their own, for any city in the UK. So we go to the next slide. So this is the accessibility results for England, Wales, and you can see London's the highest accessibility, but then we have other major cities like Manchester and Birmingham and Newcastle. So that's the accessibility result. The next slide is the travel sustainability result. In this case, the green areas are sustainable travel, and that's quite rare in the UK. Only really in inner cities that we get a pattern of low cost, high sustainable travel. Like most countries, unfortunately, the UK is majority car dependent. Urban areas, rural areas, commuter belts tend to be heavily on car travel. And you can see London is a much larger area, sustainable travel. And we're trying, other cities like Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, we're trying to improve their infrastructure so we get other metropolitan areas, larger areas that have broken free from car dependence. So we'll go to the next slide. I'm going to show a couple of examples. So this is an example of Manchester, the fastest growing city in the UK outside of London. I've mapped the public transport network, so that's a rail network in black, and then Manchester has been developing its metro, its light rail network, the white dots there. And generally this has been successful. Manchester has been improving public transport and its economy, and it's been given more powers to this Manchester to be a bit more like London. And if we jump to the next slide, so this is the travel sustainability pattern in Manchester. You can see sustainable travel in the city centre of Manchester, but this has not spread to the wider region. So further transport improvement, densification, and better ticketing, better integration in Manchester could help those more sustainable patterns to spread throughout the region rather than confined just to the inner city. I'm going to go to the next slide. This is another example of a successful transport-oriented city, public transport-oriented city, or a small city in this case, Nottingham. It has a good, a small but successful metro and bus network. Now if we jump to the next slide, Nottingham has managed to achieve quite sustainable travel. And generally in a lot of places, smaller cities, more difficult to find the money to invest in public transport. But Nottingham has managed this, happened through better public ownership of their transport company and good city leadership to invest in a metro network that's made good achievements in this particular city. If we jump to the next slide. So this is an example. So this is an example of a new town made in the 1950s and 60s called Milton Keynes. It's economically a very successful, very car-dominated city and continues to be low to medium density, spread out. And yeah, so this is the kind of place it is very challenging to make the switch to a public transport city because the form of the city in terms of density, in terms of integration with public transport stations is not there. So this is the kind of place in the UK and the world where the challenges of trying to change public patterns are more difficult because the way people travel is embedded in the form of this particular city. In more traditional cities, there is a stronger city centre your city, and in this case, the land use tends to be more compatible with public transport. Next slide, please. So strong urban centre, bus networks generally have more sustainable outcomes. So that applies to the UK, but I think that is applicable in many countries globally as well. So I gave a couple of examples, Manchester and Nottingham there, which have a more traditional structure, a better transport networks. Cities with good public transport accessibility also tend to have good walk accessibility. So there's definitely synergies and positive links between public transport and active travel as well. But in the UK, as in many places, most of the country remains car-oriented, and suburbs to major belts is still the case. And that goes back to that point I was making, electrification of cars being vital travel, but we still want more areas where car dependence or the car is not so dominant. Next slide, please. Yes, I'm going to quickly talk about the 15-minute city active travel in particular. If we jump on again, next slide, please. So, as I'm sure you're aware, 15 minutes essential idea where more of services should be local and influenced by researcher Carlos Moreno. So focus more active travels, extend it to local public transport as well, and also quite compatible with flexible working and online lifestyle. So you could work from home and have more facilities in your local area. But there's also critiques of it. Well, it doesn't work for all trip types, and that it might work for local schools, but maybe not for work trips as well. So go to the slide. So places that already have good public transport tend to have good local accessibility as well, and that's what we found in our research. But one area where many improve on, including the UK, is cycling. So if you just jump to the next slide. Cycling can fill in the gaps. If maybe you don't have a great public transport network, but if it can become more of a cycling city, cycling's relatively quick and flexible and can fill in gaps in public transport. Generally, cycling is very low in the UK, but there are a few cities, university cities, such as Cambridge and Brighton and York, which do have high rates of cycling. And London has been trying to invest to catch up with other cities. Jump on to the next slide. So we've created a method of cycling networks. It uses OpenStreetMap, so this can be applied to any city, but we applied it to London. So jump to the next slide. This is a map of where cycle lanes are available in London. So the blue colours and the green colours are segregated cycle lanes. And you can see London has a very incomplete cycling network with a lot of gaps, particularly in outer London. So we jump on another slide. So this is inner London, and TfL will be investing in improvements in cycle infrastructure quality, that it hasn't completed the network. We also did this analysis for Amsterdam, among cities in the world, and if you just jump on the next slide, you can see this is what a comprehensive and finished cycling network should look like. So the blue lines are fully segregated cycle lanes, safe from traffic, and you can see it covers the entire urban area of Amsterdam. You could go on any trip within this urban context on protected cycle lanes. So I think I'm just running out of time here, so we're just going to jump on and go to the conclusions. So if you jump on next slide, we created, so this is level of traffic stress, of how safe roads feel in terms of the amount and speed of traffic. So keep on going. Next slide. The next slide. And you can use these measures to rate your city terms of how safe and the perception of cycling under different road conditions. And this is London, where the dark blue colours are roads that are high traffic and where it's not safe for inexperienced cyclists to use the city. I'll go to the next slide. And this is a comparison with Amsterdam. The metrics came up, as you'd expect, much safer, and a much higher proportion of the road being safe for cycling. And the infrastructure is very important. We want to create a cycling city for everyone, not just cyclists who are willing to mix with their road traffic. Next slide. And we've used this to benchmark city authorities within London in terms of their cycling provision and who's doing better and who needs to invest in improving their cycling provision. Next slide, thanks. So let's come to conclusions. In London, the cycling network's still quite fragmented and inconsistent. Even though London's one of the better for cycling and investing, there's a lot to do. Just what we were talking about, health transport. Cycling can both fill in for gaps in public transport, but also be a good promotion of health and more active lifestyles. But to do that, particularly for users, so for younger and older users and more inexperienced cyclists, they need a fully protected network, and that's not available yet. So next slide. So these are the overall components of the presentation. Sustainable transport scales economic, health, environmental benefits. High quality transport both makes your city more economically competitive. It can also help in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and in terms of as well. And I've shown you accessibility used to assess sustainable travel opportunities, to benchmark cities and rate their progress and the opportunities that networks provide. And you can see in the UK, we've got London very far ahead, and we're trying to invest in other cities, Birmingham, Manchester, and so on, to try and help them catch up and improve their infrastructure to have better public transport infrastructure and opportunities. London farther ahead, but good, and land use and transport must to achieve sustainable travel outcomes. And so that's the end of my presentation. Next slide, please. So this is the next steps for our project. I'll put if you go one more slide, there's a link to my blog where if you are interested in your research, you can have a look at this blog, City Geographics. So next slide, please. citygeographics.org. Sorry, just go one more slide. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you. And there's links to where you can find out more.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duncan Smith. It's very interesting, and you give us knowledge, about sustainable transport. Transportation is always give problems everywhere, I think, because it creates greenhouse gas or pollution, and sometimes have a problem with land use, but on the other side, transportation is very needed for the people's mobility, so innovation and efforts to have a sustainable transport is needed. And Dr. Duncan mentioned that London City has sustainable transport, and also Manchester and other cities in England also already have integrated transportation system. And of course that to have a good transport, we have to change also our lifestyle and behavior, not too dependent on the what you call motorized vehicles, yeah, but non-motorized vehicles like cycling and walking is, I think, is better, yeah. Also, especially for a local connection, yeah. Yeah, I just have a dream that Indonesian cities also can have a good transportation, yeah. Hopefully for the next years, yeah, we Indonesian cities can have the sustainable transportation. Okay, so yeah, only 5 minutes for discussion. I don't know what's 5 minutes for discussion. It's just it's just fun. Okay, so only I think only one question from floor. Yeah, please. Yeah, please. Your name and
okay. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Afi Fajar Zakaria from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur. First question for Prof. Tarcisius. Trihita Karana promotes harmony, happiness, and well-being. But despite this, Bali still experiences the most suicide cases in 20 and 24. I don't know, maybe there is no correlation about suicide and Trihita Karana. I just want to ask to you, perhaps rapid urbanization or limited land and resources in Bali make the principle of Trihita Karana is really hard to achieve nowadays. Is it right, or I don't know? Maybe you can answer that. And then the second question for Mr. Smith. I know this is a challenging question, but what would be the most feasible recommendation can you give to us? The recommendation for Java as the most densely populated island in the world. Okay, thank you.
Please, Pak Yaya.
Okay, thank you. So I would answer the question in bahasa Indonesia, so maybe it's more clear. Begini, jadi untuk terkait dengan persoalan-persoalan ke depan, ya penelitian saya yang ada di Jogja, ini saya meneliti tentang orang Bali yang ada di Jogja, ya. Kebetulan ada 17 kasus ya di Jogja, dan tentunya mereka tinggal di tempat yang tetangganya itu bukan orang Bali, ya itu ada di 5 kecamatan yang di Jogja itu, dan mereka memiliki keterbatasan tempat ya, space gitu ya, sehingga kemudian penelitian saya itu menggunakan apa istilahnya akses graph ya dan spacing tax itu. Ada kecenderungan pembangunannya ke atas, Mas ya. Jadi ada rumah-rumah yang kasusnya ada 1 lantai, 2 lantai, 3 lantai. Dan yang namanya Pamerajan ya, Pamerajan itu kan yang area yang suci ya. Di situ ditempatkan ke atas, Mas. Ya, di Bali juga sudah mulai muncul seperti itu. Di sini kata kunci continuity menjadi kuncinya, ya. Jadi ada kontinuitas. Karena ketika manusia sudah tidak bisa terbatas dengan keterbatasan itu, tempat-tempat ruang itu nanti berubah menjadi simbol, ya, simbolik saja. Itu mungkin di dalam konteks pemikiran kosmologi itu pemikiran yang sifatnya transenden ya, itu ada di kepala orang Bali. Jadi ruang-ruang itu sudah tidak terkatakan, ada yang ada di kepala mereka, di otak mereka. Jadi spasialnya sudah berubah, tapi konsisten dia. Jadi tetap ditempatkan yang di paling mulia, itu yang utama lah, istilahnya di situ. Jadi itu sudah terjadi. Penelitian saya yang ada di Jogja ada keterbatasan, apalagi di Bali gitu ya. Sekarang sudah banyak pamerajannya itu ada di atas. Tapi yang konsisten itu tadi yang hierarki ruang ya itu tetap, dan itu juga merefleksikan identitasnya. Ya, saya rasa itu ya, nanti ada keterbatasan ruang yang ada di masyarakat di beberapa kota bukan yang di Bali. Demikian, mohon maaf saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia soalnya lebih jelas.
Special answer because in Indonesia and I don't want to translate this. It's too difficult. Okay, Dr. Duncan, please.
Yeah, so just quickly, I mean, high density places, that is very compatible with active travel and public transport, but of course everywhere around the world has various challenges around can we get enough money to invest in infrastructure, and sometimes that is about different levels of government trying to get them to work together and to give enough regional powers to cities to invest in transport, and yeah, and of course, but in Indonesia you have additional challenges around food and climate and culture as well, in terms of how you promote sustainable travel. But in general, investment in bus networks and integrated with metro and rail is the recipe that has worked best in cities around the world, and to follow that model should. But like density is definitely a plus for public transport. When you don't have density, it's very, very challenging. But if you have that core density, then you have the demand for transport, and that is the basis for making it successful.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So once more, give applause to the two speakers. Yeah. Okay, so this is the end of this session. Very interesting and fruitful presentation. Although they have a different angle. One is about local wisdom, and the other one is transportation. But I believe that the two topics have a relation. Yeah, that transportation also need local wisdom. Yeah, maybe in the changing life and behavior. And also local wisdom and Bali also relate to transportation also. Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much, and yeah, thank you, Dr. Duncan, Prof. Yoyo. See you again, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
May we kindly ask all keynote speakers and the moderator to remain on stage as we proceed with the souvenir presentation and a group photo. Thank you. Thank you very much. We now invite our keynote speakers and moderator to return to their respective seats. With that, we now break for lunch. But before you leave, allow me to share a few important announcements. First, our parallel session 1 will begin promptly at 1:10 p.m. We kindly ask all presenters, session chairs, and participants to proceed directly to their assigned rooms after lunch to ensure that every session can begin on time. Following parallel session 1, we will continue with parallel session 2 at 2:30. After the second parallel session, you are invited to join us once again for a coffee break and networking session before the conclusion of today's program. For tomorrow's program, registration will begin at 8:30. Followed by the Day 2 keynote speaker session at 9 o'clock. We look forward to welcoming you back for another inspiring day of discussions. For lunch today, participants of the 8th Iciap 2026 are invited to the inner court, while delegates of the Indonesian Planning School Association, or ASPI, are kindly requested to proceed to room K4. Before we continue, We would like to let you know that a professional photo service is available just outside room K1. Feel free to visit the photo area throughout the day. We would also like to remind all participants that registration for the Kota Gede excursion remains open until the end of day 1 of Iciap 2026. Make sure to complete your registration before today's program concludes. Finally, we are pleased to remind you that tomorrow's closing ceremony will feature the presentation of the Best Presenter Awards and Best Paper Awards. Three recipients will be recognized in each category. The awardees will receive complimentary registration for Iciap 2028, along with cash prizes totaling 16.5 million Indonesian rupiah. Please enjoy your lunch, take this opportunity to network with fellow participants, and we will resume at 1:10 p.m. for parallel session 1. As the next 2 parallel sessions will be held consecutively without returning to the plenary session, this concludes my role as the Master of Ceremony for today's general program. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank you all for your active participation and engaging discussions today. Please remember to fill in your attendance. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.